Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am so incredibly excited. I cannot. I don't even know how to, like, convey the excitement I feel. This case has been a bit all over the place. Don't think it's my favorite out of all of the Ace Attorney cases in existence. Not saying it's bad, it's just those discrepancies, those very obvious discrepancies, drag it down a lot for me. But who knows? Maybe I'll be... I don't know, maybe I'll change my opinion by the end of the stream today. I don't know. I forgot my glasses. Anyways, I am feeling kind of like death, I'm not gonna lie. I went to a museum with my family yesterday, and I was so dead when I came back home. Yeah, the inconsistencies are just a bit too unbelievable. It just ruins a lot for me personally. Maybe others are just like, meh, doesn't really matter that much, it's not that big of a deal. For me, they're obviously a very big deal. But yeah, I went to a museum with my family. It was like, I think it's called the Norwegian Museum of Science and Technology or something. So that was a lot of fun. Like literally the first thing we did when we got there was like we went down like some stairs, and then we saw like some kind of like exhibitions where it was like about power, I guess. Not quite, but like generating power pretty much. And the first thing we were met with was like this kind of game where you... What's it called? I'm really... English is not working for me today, I guess. God, I know it's called something, but I can't fucking for the life of me remember what it is. Let me just fucking explain it and sound like an absolute fucking idiot. So, like pedals, but for the arms. Or for the hands, I guess. The fuck is it called? I don't remember. I genuinely can't remember. Anyways, we did that, and that was like the first thing we did. So my sister and I are like ridiculously sore. A crank? No, not lever. Is crank the right thing? I don't know. It's not a lever anyway. Oh yeah. I don't know. Good question. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no. Like a crank. It just didn't sound right to me for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, like a crank. That's the thing. So we did that. I lost, by the way, because I got to like... I don't know. But my arms just started caving after a while and I couldn't do it as fast. My sister went like way more in than I did. Oh, Phoenix, hi! I am losing it. What? I don't know what that means. It sure does mean something. Sorry, I am kind of tired from yesterday. I was out all day. I got home and we played some games on Discord. That was a weird time to join. Sounded sus. No, it's not sus at all, I swear. It's not sus, I promise. Oh, you found puzzle games. That's cool. That's cool. What kind? Anyways, yeah, I was out like all day yesterday. Came back, played some games with Discord, with my server. I mean, sure, you can recommend. I can't really say I'm gonna play them, but of course you can recommend them. Play some games with Discord. I think when did I go to bed? At like 11? And I think I was so tired, I just fell asleep. And I slept for like 11 hours. So that was fun. No, not 11, 10 hours. So sorry if I'm very tired and stuff tonight. My back and arms are sore. Oh, Samsara Room and the White Door are good. I have Samsara Room, I believe. I don't think I've heard of the White Door. Oh, that's nice. Anyways, today I woke up at like, well, I want to say 11, but somehow it doesn't feel right. Maybe it was 2. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. What matters is that I forgot about time and stayed. Chess former can play chess. Or I mean, I think I know the rules. For like most of the pieces, but also not really. Oh boy, this song is fucking annoying. I just stayed in bed until like fucking 5, almost 6, and I was like, oh shit, that's right, I'm supposed to stream tonight. Where you gotta eliminate the enemy, but the pieces actually move like they do in the game. Okay, I see. I see. Kind of like a platformer. Okay. Personally, I've been looking a bit into Kirby, not too much. At least it's not a 5-dimensional chess with time travel and multiverse. Right? I'm kind of interested in the new Kirby game, but it's also really expensive. And I'm just like, I don't know. I've played like one Kirby game and I didn't even get that far, but that was also like one of the platformers and not like this, which is essentially just Kirby Odyssey. When next puzzle game? I don't know. I've also been really considering playing the second game in the Zero Escape series. Just because. Because it's my favorite game and yeah, I don't know, I just love it a lot. I guess that technically is a puzzle game, so... Yes, there are puzzles in it. Let's go! But there is also a lot of dialogue. So, you know. At least you have to sit through like a lot of dialogue, a lot of the same dialogue, so you can just skip a lot because of how the game is built up. But it still gets really annoying. I think the most annoying part of the entire game is at a certain point you get like a map that like signals you when you walk from like room to room. But it's so annoying because it lasts for so long. Most of the time you can't skip it. And you have like this little dot on the map which signifies you, like where you are on the map. And it like moves when you move to the next room. And whenever it's like outside of a door, it dings, but it's never fucking consistent. And it's so annoying. I'm like, do these dings even mean anything? Is there like some fucking hidden code with this? Because sometimes it can ding like twice. Other times it can ding like 5 times, maybe even more. And you're just like, hello? It's kind of funny though. But it's also kind of annoying. And then you like change routes. And there's just like this slight difference in the map. Or not in the map, but like in like the map cutscene, I guess you could call it. So you can't skip through it. You have to sit through the entire thing again, even though you went through like pretty much the entire thing like several times at this point, just because you went to like one room different or something. It's really annoying. Anyways, enough ranting about a game we're not playing right now. How has everyone's week been? Did anything fun happen at all? School. Well, did anything interesting happen at school? Or was it just, you know, the same old, same old? You don't know. Well, 14 lambs were born at your parents' place. Oh, wow. That's a lot of lambs. Is that normal? Like to get that many lambs in like a week? I mean, I assume if you have like enough, if you have enough sheep already, then getting 14 lambs is perfectly doable. But like in a week? Do they all sync up or how does that work? Each sheep gives birth to like 2 to 3 lambs. Yeah, I thought I was thinking the same thing. Like that seems like a normal number, and I think they have like 50 each mother sheep. Well, it all depends on how busy the father was that week. Stop. Anyways, I think we should just get into the game. Which one was it? This one. Yeah, okay. Alright. Here we go. The last part of the Great Ace Attorney to resolve. We just get thrown right into court, I guess. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yuma University in Tokyo, Japan. And, Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to the autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. So, yes, right now we have accused Strongheart of being the Reaper. And there was something about their, like all of the people that were, what was the thing? Do you have Strongheart? I don't know, he has pigeons. God, I am so bad at... He has pigeons close enough. I'm so bad at, like, recapping. Fleur, please. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Yep. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. So, for those who don't know, basically, Mikotoba wrote this autopsy report. John H. Wilson just signed it. And he was the coroner at the time.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Genshin is Kazuma's father, who is the prosecutor of this case. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. I still believe that was very much forged, and that Genshin was not the actual professor, as they called him. I do believe that too was Strongheart, but we haven't gotten to that part yet. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Alright. My own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. Okay. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Summary, Van Six is a pretty cool dude once you get past the racist. Neither Mikotoa nor John Wilson nor Iris' dad. Kazuma is angry for reasons. And Strongheart, who has been sus from the beginning, is using his position to block our accusation against him. Thank you. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to it in testimony. Accusation for what? For being the Reaper, aka a killer, pretty much. Who has been killing like every single person that has gotten acquitted from the trials Lord Van Zieks prosecuted in. Okay. Look at this fucking villainous laugh. He's annoying. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really? With the tip of the sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. And for forging evidence, as in this autopsy that they are talking about, which leads to decisive evidence, which led to Kazuma's father being accused of serial killing and executed. But he wasn't even executed because he actually escaped, but then someone killed him anyways. So, was he really executed? I guess both yes and no. Officially, yes. Technically, no. I mean, it was killed, sure. Or was he? Dun dun dun! Fucking plot twist, he's been alive this entire time. Now that would be kind of cool. Though I doubt it. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Yeah! Yeah, you're right! That was a fucking dog! By a Western style sword. Interesting. And holier than thou Strongheart is still presiding as judge, even though he is accused for a serious crime and can pull all the strings. Yeah, I don't understand why they're not bringing back the regular judge for this. That's kind of strange, but sure, I guess. That beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. We're not gonna say what it is, but that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence. I wonder what it's gonna be. Beautiful but dangerous. What do we think that could be? If we're thinking, I'm thinking that's like the... it's a cat. I don't think... I don't think he swallowed a cat. I'm gonna be honest. But considering this, this was all to like, accuse a Japanese man. Yeah, why would him swallowing a cat indicate Genshin Impact? Beautiful but dangerous. I wouldn't really say cats are dangerous, but... Genshin Impact being Kichinasugi, aka Kazuma's father, aka supposed professor. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. But yeah, the other 4 victims of the professor died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Which, by the way, at the end of, like, episode 2, we find an old, or not old necessarily, but I assume it's old. We found a dog collar stained with blood. Gory also has a twisted sense of beauty, so who knows, really? You're right, you're right. Oh, such horrifying crimes! Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. And they were like, no, yeah, this is the same man. What? Their logic 10 years ago is astounding, truly. That's enough, you say, alright. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? You heard me, bitch! I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Cry more. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution, okay. And strangely enough, the sword's dimensions was the same as the one that Strongheart was carrying. That was... Just, what a coinkydink! A Western-style sword? Accuse the Japanese man. Sure. Hold it! This. Please elaborate on this. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
So, a ring? I don't think we have anything like that here. It was a ring. Okay, thank you. Belonging to Genshin Impact. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of its left hand, the fourth or ring finger. Okay, sure. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. When you really just need to flex your medical knowledge, right? I was like, okay, sure, go. Sure. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. Could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it! I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my! Really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Alright, let's look at it. What can we find here on it? Fucking nothing. Strongheart is such a bitch, yeah. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes. If you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! My finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my! That was a very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. I see it. It's in the family.
You must examine it very carefully. Very carefully indeed.
But I did, hold on. Hold on. There were no other signs of eternal injury.
Objection.
There we go. Ring. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Resume Kotoba? That is indeed pretty but dangerous. That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Osogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in the report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. Thanks, you fucking idiot. The lack of internal injury says it all. Use your head, please. To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. I'm pretty sure he would... I think he would just choke on it. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as eternal trauma. And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Oh, I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so, Dr. Gorey. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch your corpses up, with all its secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Impact saving my life. What? My father saved your life? Yeah, 10 years ago on a foggy night, Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. Tiny Van Zeeks. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. Did they do it to get the ring? And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Objection! You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Why? You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma. Open your eyes, you absolutely... Oh my god. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. At the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Like I said, Kazuma is angry for reasons, yeah. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial, to see you like this? God, fucking stop with your snickering. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in this trial? In his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord von Zieks? You blackmailed him, you cunt. Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago. Prosecutor Asogi, your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Impact's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there will be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole... Finger but hole? I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Blackmail. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
No, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. Rhetoric, sorry, not rhetoric. Rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? I want to say this and point to Kazuma. Right, because there's nothing else here that's like directly linked to Genshin. And there isn't anything more to investigate on this. And there can't be anything in the autopsy report either.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer. No, fuck. It's not that. Fuck! Maybe he was protecting Van Zieks? Saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Could be it. My lord, the defense would like to... Okay. Yeah... Karuma, but why Karuma? I'll try. No. Okay, let's try Van Zieks. Let's try Van Zieks.
Take that!
Nope. Well, fuck. The ring?
Take that!
No. I have one fucking life left. Stop. I'll look it up. Fuck it. Okay. I guess. Apparently it's this.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Impact's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct, I guess. He probably knew he was going to get rescued? Yeah, but... why go through all that trouble? A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Ryunosuke and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Ryunosuke can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
They won't allow this trial to return into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh. It wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. And he was shot to prevent him from telling that Strongheart was the one to get him the deal. Who was yes, Genshin. Right? You mean Genshin? No, there is no way he's still alive, actually. I just remember that, Madame Tispels was there and, like, sculpted his face. You mean Genshin? Yeah, no, there's no way he is alive. Unless there was a fucking twin. Like, identical twin. What? Who sacrificed himself? I don't know.
Father!
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. Waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. I promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. The new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please. I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Your other persona, if you don't mind. It just skipped it. I hope that Sholmes has been waiting for ages to just out Strongheart, and he is so proud of Ryunosuke. Right? Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. Alright. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh. The professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. And Arcaden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. And if it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Isogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Lads, hold on there, laddie. Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Isogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. He said all I did was, okay. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Isogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Ha. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Isogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Then again, if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office, all I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that the jailbreak... Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? The prosecutor's office. Interesting. Really? Fascinating. Gee, I wonder who was like the lead prosecutor? No, not lead, who was in charge of the prosecutor's office back then? I wonder. Strange. Aye. That's right. And who was the prosecutor at the time? Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. Didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Isogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Isogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Chief Prosecutor, yes, thank you. Wasn't that him at the time? I think so. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Press the first one, I think.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I opened his wiki and searched for prosecutor. I cannot find any evidence that he was chief prosecutor. Okay. I see. Well, he was prosecutor anyway.
Hold it!
Thank you. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right, my only role in this scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? The poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? Not the first idea, laddie. My first part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. You don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens. Or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Aw, why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I only read the words rightly before and after the word prosecutor, so could have missed it though. That's fine. We know he was fairly high up back then too, so... I really am gonna have to go through this entire fucking part with one life. God, I'm gonna have to save before every single fucking choice from now on. Unless I'm 100% certain, but even then I probably should save. I'll just press everything. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil, can I apologize enough? No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Ah.
Hold it!
You've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye. Well, be that as it may, I didn't ken anything about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what I don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye. I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Impact was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Joku out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Okay, what do you know? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. Well, you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him... He did the weird spiny thing with his arms, it makes me uncomfortable. Well, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with the Sogi never intended to keep his or her head in a bog, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets. Huh. That is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Do you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top? It doesn't quite add up, does it? Oh my god, Genshin was in Hogwarts? Chamber of Secrets, right? I was like, okay, funny. Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Go on, then.
Hold it!
I didn't have anything to bargain with. Am I more than you bargained for yet? I'm sorry. I just needed to get that out. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have the conclusive evidence against the Carlier? Kinda love Fall Out Boy. This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. I miss their older stuff. Pull up what I mean. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibility is all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. What I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of the prison was definitely put into practice. The new stuff is good, just not as good. I haven't really been following them since the fucking Purple album. What's it fucking called? I forgot. Like, was it Mania? Anyways, that one. I don't know. I just none of the songs there really stuck. Really, yeah, they didn't really stick to me anyway. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. The latest I think is Mania. They haven't released anything since? Interesting. I mean, maybe they have, just like singles and stuff. So Sogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
And perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing! Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
I'm saving. Didn't have anything to bargain with. I mean, I feel like I'm just gonna fucking keep presenting the last will until it goes through. I really want to anyway.
Objection!
It is? Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Impact was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Pog is right, my god. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavers! The fella couldn't have possibly have anything like that. Have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Impact. It turns out that Mr. Impact, Mr. Asogi, was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. I'm just gonna call him Impact whenever it says Genshin. Whenever it says Genshin and Asogi, I'm gonna read it as Genshin Impact. But without it, it's gonna be Mr. Asogi or Genshin. Well, Genshin is fair, I guess. But just Genshin. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you? You wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in a cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? What the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper in the fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? We're in a cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom. Sir? Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not? Young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Sorry, Genshin Impact. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the lost will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board. You see, you know, I wanted to say the same thing. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document? Weapon? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious facts? Reprehensible facts. What did you say? Testicle! Testicle! It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Don't remind me of my sleep-deprived brain. No, I will. I'm sorry. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. Now that I know it's testify, I actually heard that. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. Document wasn't the folds of the fella's robe that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the one say? You wee waffinger? Or waffinger? I don't know. There is nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? What the fuck is this? Fucking work it! Hell yeah, Vigil! Let's go! Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? Little and large, what a double act. What the fuck is going on? We complied with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. When was the Jack the Ripper killings, and how many victims did he have? And why is one Asian man who allegedly killed 5 people worse? And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Kazuma, think weapon. The last weapon. Do you currently have a weapon on you? I wanna fucking tear that sword apart. So, counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Ha. Well, I guess we're pressing everything again.
Hold it!
So, would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much unnumbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of a mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. Holy man, yes. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. Like the bampot you are. Didn't it tell me? A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authority. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Wait, who... Huh. Did you now? I didn't even fucking realize Strongheart was like, I personally instructed him to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. You did? Okay. Cool. Thanks for making yourself relevant to this case. Idiot. He really is like a fucking toddler, my god. It's like slightly better than a toddler, but still, it canonically killed 5 people in 1888. Really? Only 5? Interesting. But yeah, I guess this might be before the Ripper then? Maybe? I don't think he has been named yet, so... Or if the professor is gonna be like a stand-in to the Ripper. Could be. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor. A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. There are a bunch of other murders, 11 around Whitechapel and 7-ish more in other parts that have been blamed on the Ripper without any real evidence. There is no evidence to suggest he killed anyone more than those first 5. I see. Yeah, I thought there were like at least 12. I don't know, like, why my mind directly went to, like, a dozen. But yeah, technically only 5 have been proven. Okay, I get it. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in the cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely," in my face. Aye, well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
Point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. And before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean?
The article based on Mr. Jabber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Impact to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. Name was on it. I didn't ken afore, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye, that's what I said. Am I clutching at straws here? Just wonder if it was really Genshin Impact's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. He's just like, fucking, just... Don't let anything slip, don't let anything slip, don't let anything slip. Continue with your testimony then, witness. I swear it's gonna be in the fucking katana, I swear.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword! Karuma, famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Get it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? Warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing material. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Susuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
Rice paper, not rice paper. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Oh, earthworms. I get it.
Excuse me.
Worms. Because of the way they pronounce worm. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
I said something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord! The defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this possibly or possibly not important detail. There was someone with scarlet ink stains in last time's trial. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Yep.
Objection.
You're right. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Favors again? You have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. The document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Oh, then it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? On that paper, a last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Clint's? Oh boy. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Impact. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint van Zieks. No. Oh boy. What is that? What could he possibly have written there? This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord van Zieks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. I leave 1 penny to Lord Strongheart, for he is a murderous dick. The rest goes to my dear brother. 1 whole penny? Really? Wow. And that Genshin Impact came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Impact had in his possession was that of Lord Clint van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, where there's no line of reasoning to pursue. The reason why Lord Clint van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. Only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Soto.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Impact was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint van Zieks was in fact... Oh, holy fucking shit! No way! No. Was he the professor? I just made that connection myself.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? Confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Impact at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint van Zieks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Great van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice and something, but he was actually a mass murderer. A perpetrator of aristocracies of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order of this country would be something. I can't fucking read, it goes too fast! It'll be finished, okay. I see. My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord van Zieks.
I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Lord Barak van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Lord van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, it did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took... Balmung? But yeah, that explains the bee, I guess. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar? That's right. But since Strongheart said Pandora's box is open, he knew about Clint. Yeah. So... What does that mean? Like, I know what it means. I know, like, you knew about Clint, but, like, what does... Ah, Balmung is Old Norse for wrath. I see. That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it!
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung.
The family insignia of Lord Clint van Ziek's widow.
Oh, Eric! Hello! There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Oh, is it true then? Clint van Zieks really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. Yeah, we're at this part. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. Did Strongheart become the Reaper mastermind to keep this all shush-shush? Maybe. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? We're at the endgame. I think you have like the perfect timing. 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. You're in a meeting? It might be boring, but you're still at a meeting. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually it was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Impact, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, it's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. To a large family estate as if he is god dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did...
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings. Okay, so that was true. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. It was a Western-style sword that killed him. Who knows? My bet is still on Strongheart. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So, you were admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Nixon. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? You can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, have no doubt I was a Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, it doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And conveniently, the man who wants the British law system to be the best and most flawless in the world came in afterwards when no one else is around. Toddler. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? I may. That night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson, and some hired help. And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealing. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Yeah. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan, and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's This country's law and order, you understand. I'm sure you do. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baroque van Zieks? But the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? Look at that smug bitch, yeah. What reason? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson and Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted, as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Strongheart 100% killed Clint. Yes. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? He killed people the law couldn't touch. Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Impact will still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Impact, and the 3-page lost will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Objection, or hold it.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid. I must insist the trial continues. Beg your pardon. Drama and jazz hands. Hello, Breeze. Suddenly, I got very, shaky, I guess. I'm just having a cookie. Just to get like some sugar in my body. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? All I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I mean, I guess. Van Zieks? It was Lord Van Zieks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. What did Strongheart say? I don't know. Come on, Ryunosuke, go over it again. Find it. I was this part. I was thinking it was this part. No, wait, it's not this. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth. Is the will not 2 pages? Yes! You're right, hold on. Strongheart said 3. Okay. Yeah, he did. Fuck, you're right. Okay, whatever. We have a duty to pursue an explanation. Whatever. Oh, fuck me, I guess. I should have saved. Fuck me. Wait, let me just check real quick. That's fine. Thank you.
Take that!
Hold on. Wait. Wait. Because it's just gonna put me back. So it's fine. Oh no. I just wanted to see if there was like anything I could actually pursue. Retry from this scene. Yeah. Strong heart, okay. Lord Strongheart, yeah, sure of it. One thing I said was slightly off. Ryunosuke think back over his words. Find the problem. Oh my god, what? There we go. Mm-hmm. 3-page last will. Let's go. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Consistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to whatever.
Take that!
There we go. Thank you. I even fucking caught onto it in my own head, but I didn't say anything. I don't know why. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. Now we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. And the courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the documents with me here now. father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Impact's last words to the son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitability maudlin words can be of no consequence now. Decent Scottish pronunciation. I have a Scottish friend. And I am just putting them to shame. There are certain things that I'm struggling a lot with when it comes to Scottish. And they also, we had like this whole like conversation once about how they don't pronounce like the Scottish R a lot. You nailed Otne? Okay. Thank you. But yeah, they don't use the Scottish R, like they don't roll their R's a lot. Or do it at all, really. And that's just the one I'm used to the most, so I'm just like trying to channel them. But it's okay. It could definitely be worse, I think. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, as you point out, my lord, I cannot actually read worm language. Miss beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikitoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. I fucking called it was inside of the fucking sword! Let's go! Except I got that from this is my last weapon. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Wait, was it? I like how it's under strong heart. Oh yeah, mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. I can only do that with I mean, I can't only do that, but I like doing that with Jack's films, like little haiku jingle. Yep, twist the handle and there is evidence. Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. What are the chances 2 haikus in Japanese come out being 575 haikus in English as well? Right. Hold on, wait, let me... No, it's only the last part. It's only the Mighty Karuma part that's a haiku. The first part is not. I kind of want to know what it is in Japanese now. I'll look it up afterwards. Remind me. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality, not mortality. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh,
I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese,
Atama?
but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Usogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Oh! Bitch, I swear, if I fucking just had that sword, I would find it by accident. I'd be like, what's this? Oh, look at this. Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo,
Look at the signature at the end! Clint van Zieks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint van Zieks.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculty.
Objection!
Just fiddling with the top, stumble upon secrets. Yeah, I would. Dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Leaving evidence on the literal knife's edge. No, the edge is the other side. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Sir, we just found it! Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. He's sweating bullets over there. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. That's where you're wrong, bitch. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? I can! Oh boy, do I can! Wait, my lord! As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from that time.
Objection.
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? Do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that a defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
Maybe Clint Van Ziegs' will? There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Ziegs.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's lost will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Impact obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Genshin Impact? Yes. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me. At once! No, you're not fucking getting it. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection.
Yes, leggy up. Let's fucking go. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint von Siegs really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right, and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. Mikotoba, you just keep jumping around at that fucking witness stand, I swear. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it? Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well, then. Oh, for God's sake. Mikotoba can tap dance on Strongheart's grave. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. Good friend! Aha! He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint von Siegs, Lord of the Manor of the von Siegs estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who had come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. Okay, I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Can we have Santa back as judge? That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. Though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to this extortion. He held over me threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint von Siegs was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you have sacrificed up until now. Get wrecked, bitch, Strongheart. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. You did, didn't you? But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint von Siegs, to take him down. want to be Lord Chief Justice. It's my turn, Mommy. Mom said it's my turn on the Chief Justice, Lord Chief Justice. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Impact. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Hisogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition and made him easy to manipulate. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he had stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Hey, Shiro. You fool. As you know, Hisogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. He was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Last, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Hisogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Hisogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Could have shot Drebber instead. You know what? You got a point. Then Jigoku and I put Hisogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Hisogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Hisogi in the end, you see. Yeah, because of your command? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. Do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
I couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you have killed as well. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Impact, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. Little, when will you get it through your thick skulls? And it was all for the Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Now what? Well, 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 dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. Damon Gant moment. Oh my god, for real. Like, this entire fucking game, these entire games actually, we've been like, ha ha ha, he reminds us of Damon Gant. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite a picture of industriousness. Fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed.
Objection.
You You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses! And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Blackmail is a crime, yeah. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these dark recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. But evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amidst secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the raper of the bailiff was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. The general public of Britain knew the truth, while faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, would be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then: a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interests of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order at the capital? You can't deny that the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. To respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Hansi's having a glass of wine to calm his nerves. We love a wine aunt. Really.
We've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I don't know. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Strongheart put all his points into charisma and none into intelligence. Stop. Let's see. Objection or evidence? I mean... Do I object or use evidence? I'm kind of curious about wait and see too, but this does not seem like a time where you can just use wait and see. And it's not gonna do much except just take us back here. So... The bunny! You're right! Fuck! I completely forgot about that. I know very well the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But, Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it is now.
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave!
Ow, 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 my dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
A hologram? It's Mr. Sholmes! What the fuck is going on? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again.
Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. But we can't get hold of him, my lord. Look at the guy in the background just panicking. What a move. We just go right through him. Oh, he has some new dance moves. Let's fucking go. Show us your new idol dance. Yeah, let's go.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as a telephone?
Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. You mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Ah,
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Or father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. You can't be Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Stowe? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. Cinematograph. Okay. You're meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty is seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. It was merely... Her Maj Queen Victoria about to get Strongheart perma-wrecked, yeah.
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are! In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
Oh boy. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mayor Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Mayor Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Look at him throwing a fucking toddler fit. This is what I've been saying all along. He's a toddler. What? Did the scales just walk towards him? Thank God we are finally rid of that fucking unicorn. Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. And those words came out of Asogi's mouth. It deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. He literally called it the last weapon. Like, you couldn't be more obvious if you wanted to. So that's really on you. Though I guess, granted, he said that to Vigil, but he also did write that in his will. Didn't he? No, he didn't. I thought he did. No? I could swear he did. Or was it just in the description? Whatever. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Barak. You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document arrives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my path. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks.
Clint. Male Strongheart, you colluded with Sage Ryunosuke in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why did you set about that now? About that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. For that promotion, I needed to ensure that no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. For your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the numbers of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Santa Claus! You're back!
My lord! You better watch out! You better not cry! Nice.
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
Santa, I have missed you! That really was a chef's kiss timing.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimation that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You're a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks!
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Misusato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and untrue. Just and true, not untrue. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Hello, Undead Saints fan. I'm just about to finish, I think. We're very nearing the end anyway, so... Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. 7 hours? Oh my god. I mean, I've done longer personally, but 7 hours is still a long time. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barak van Zieks not guilty. Yes, let's go. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Ah, the gavel sound is so nice on the ears, right? Instead of the ching! Like, ugh. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo! I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear. You look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case... I'm quite sure that when you see Lord van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. Oh. I got really excited there for a second, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh my god, is he gonna smile? Miss Susato. Everything seems worse. She has a face like thunder. Dear, really shouldn't have been presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words! I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. God fucking damn it. Why can't you smile? At least a little bit. You know, just be proud of your friend. Something? Miss Susato, there's another face like thunder here. And he really was here. Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me. Oh, curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama! I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father! It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. One of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. Goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That's Iris, isn't it? That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. Did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. Yeah, we did joke about that, didn't we? I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville! You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. How awful! I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave to the little girl. Her wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Huh? That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard! Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice, would require such measures.
Bruno! Susie!
Oh, Iris!
Oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. So it turns out your father is dead after all. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper of the Bailey flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. But congrats, you do have an uncle now. An uncle who doesn't want to be there or can't be there?
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
How lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then.
Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ouch! Ugh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zieks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Smile, you bastard! No! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. And once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Ah. I thought it was the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey. Beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
It's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must! It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. But yeah, he was still like asked to come back to Japan, wasn't he? I'm home! Ugh. Oh my god, thanks, Gina.
Time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Dodo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? Let's go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. Ah, of course.
I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikitoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Wait, where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikitoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes?
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikitoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato waits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Bruno, there you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing me copper's clubber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh.
Anyway, no matter how hard how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turn dick, is he?
Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve that bailiff of his now defunct piece of evidence. Hey, it's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else!
I'm right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, it was my boss.
Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was.
Yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. About that... Oh! Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. God, I can't fucking speak for the life of me.
I'm not entirely sure that will be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to... Well,
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Hey, Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley? Bruno? Professor Mickey?
No, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Please. I'm gonna cry. Why is that making me cry? I don't know. I think Mikitoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. You're crying too? Okay, cool. I thought it was just me because it I don't know. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. Oh, softy Sholmes. I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold and that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there is always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh no, that's not him. No, that's not her, I mean. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sounds from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint van Zieks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to make some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sotiki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville's insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. Hold on, I gotta... I'll be right back. I just gotta go pee real quick. Okay, I'm back, and yes, I washed my hands. Who do you think I am? Matt Pat? Okay. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Did you wash your hands? Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. Of course, anything else would be gross. Ooh, nice! What kind of eggs? Sorry, I'm asking, did you wash your hands? Because one, it's a meme on Twitch or whatever, I guess. I've seen at least like fucking 2 channels where someone returns from having peed and chat being like, did you wash your hands? So they're really like keeping them in check, which I think is great. But also, I was watching like a GT Live video the other day, and it was MatPat going through like a game called The Test 2, which is just like a bunch of like questions that you have to answer honestly. Or you know, as honestly as you want, I guess. And one of them was, do you wash your hands every day? And he was just like, no. And I was just like, hello? And there are like 2 other people in the room with him. Well, allegedly, I guess. We can't really prove that since we can't see them. We can only hear them. And for all we know, it's just like the inner musings of MatPat's brain. It's a whole thing. But anyways, he just answered that question like, no. And no one said anything, and I'm like, hello? However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. No, that's gross. That's still gross. I also live alone. But I still wash my fucking hands. Oh. And for MatPat, he has a fucking toddler. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision. Decision, have you? You made scrambled on toast. I forgot to read that, I'm sorry. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? Like, it may come from you. Bacteria is bacteria. There is a reason our body expels it. Yeah, true. Really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, by becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Kazuma, Jusato-san, and Mr. Shom so gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. At the end of it, I finally realized. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Thanks, Blur. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then, I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then. I'll bid you good night. Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew what it was. I knew that is what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Susato-san,
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it. I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really worked quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. Can't believe this day's finally come.
Really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. Are they going to board the magic steamship and arrive in Japan tomorrow? No, that took like 40 days, didn't it? Or was it more? For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
Just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Right, Iris. You do that.
Matsusato-san.
2 months. Okay, so 80. I recall. I think it's like closer to like 80. Was it like closer to 80 days? I don't think it was like 60 days. I feel like it was more than just 60.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
No, I know
I'm
you
going
meant
to
the
become
game.
a prosecutor. I'll stay
yeah.
in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them.
Please still carry another sword, and you're so
As a
right.
prosecutor,
That's so funny.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side, always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Well, Japan, but close enough, I guess.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
You're lucky, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Imagine how awkward that would be if just like, no, I want you to stay here. Please stay here.
I see.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
All this etiquette thing on Miss the damn ship, true. He said the thing though.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
as if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will
Stroganoff is there like,
get it back.
boats are fine, but ship schedule we have to keep.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh yeah.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship with our friends from the east.
What kind of wave was
sailed
that, right?
steadily
I was
towards
thinking the same
distant
thing.
Horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
The kind you do when you have a book up your kimono sleeve. Yeah, you know
Until
what?
we meet again, Runo.
That does make sense. Iris, you're making me cry again, right? Oh man. Longest ending ever? Is it? I mean, I guess. Oh, I can't be bothered with reading these. Oh man, that sure was something. I understand why people are saying that The Great Ace Attorney 2 is one of the best games in the series. I liked it a lot more than the first game. I really struggled with the first game. I don't know what it was, but I was really struggling. I was like... I don't know. Maybe it was just me at the time. But I didn't have like any of the issues that I felt I had with the first game. Now in the second game. It is slow, but I don't know. I don't think it's that. And yeah, it's getting really late for us. Good for you, Gina. Aw. No, please don't make me upset. Why was that? What was that? Oh man. What oh my god. 3 cats. Oh yeah, you go run and shower. Hopefully not at the same time. Good night. don't know. I've been thinking like, how would I even rank the Ace Attorney games? I'm not sure. The first one is a classic, but I'm also kind of tired of it. I don't know. I actually kind of like Apollo Justice, I'm not gonna lie. I know there are like some split opinions on that. And I also do like both Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Look, there he is, Clement himself! I already did Spirit of Justice. I already did all the other ones. I literally only have the Professor Layton crossover left. Yeah. I did it. I have like a whole playlist on my YouTube of like old VODs. And in order they go like the Ace Attorney trilogy. Then I believe it's both Investigations games. Then it's Apollo Justice. Then it's Dual Destinies, and then it's Spirit of Justice. And then it's these two. And then I'm gonna do the Professor Layton crossover. At some point. Which I'm very excited for because I never actually played it. But yeah, I really like Spirit of Justice. Replaying it made me like realize how much I actually liked it. The same with Dual Destinies. But also, Spirit of Justice? Is that the one? Which is the one that has like my favorite case? The one where Simon sends out Taka to get fucking manju buns just to get a witness drunk. I love that case so much. Yeah, that was Spirit of Justice. Yeah, I figured. Plus, Spirit of Justice has the wedding DLC thingy, right? Yeah. I don't know. I find that case like a lot of fun. Dual Destinies kind of sucked. I think it's okay. I know that people usually don't like it. And out of the two, I definitely prefer Spirit of Justice. The ending with the Phantom? I assume that's the ending for that. It's been a while. Oh, she filled in the second eye of the Dharma doll. Oh, that's cute. Great shot. Yeah, the ending of that is really confusing, isn't it? But also we got to see fucking emo Apollo covered in bandages, so that's kind of funny. Thank you so much. I had a blast with this game. Man. What about the Professor Layton crossover? I usually don't hear anything about that, so I don't actually know. You haven't played those? Not really interested? That's fair. I think I just want to play like pretty much any Ace Attorney content I can get my hands on. So yeah. There he is. Did you know he is very rich? I'll definitely play the Professor Layton crossover someday on stream. Because like I said, I want to get through all of the games. I mean, I guess there are like some some games kind of. Tallest Scott ever. I didn't actually look at his height. Look, there he is. Tip-tap dancing away. Tallest Japanese ever. There they go. Damn. I wonder if they ever decide to release more of the games for the Switch. Like the main games, I guess. I don't know what I would do. I mean, obviously I would buy them. But would I stream them again? Just to experience them in HD? I don't know. Maybe? Good game, good game. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. What achievement did I get, by the way? Yeah, for completion of the final chapter from its opening chapter. Okay, fine. What about the, Oh man, there are so many more fucking achievements here. So I'm probably gonna go through those at some point, like I did with the regular trilogy. Kind of a shame that them re-releasing this collection confirms there is no Greatest Turn 3. I mean, I guess. At least there is none in the works at the moment. Whether there might be in the future, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Alright. But yeah, I am gonna leave this here. God. Okay. Stop me. Oh my god. Hold on. Let's see. I'm waiting for an Apollo dual Disney Spirit of Justice collection. Yes. And then Ace Attorney 7. Yep, that would be very nice. I think for today we can raid Mdred since I kind of failed with that. An earlier date. It seems they're in Snowdin. So yeah, sure. Let's raid Mdred. They're playing Undertale. I think that could be fun. Could be fun. Okay, well, thank you so much for joining me through this adventure of the Great Ace Attorney. Next stream will be on Tuesday. I hope to see you there. Goodbye, good night, farewell. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Thank you.